Okay, so uh, this is the pending topics. Hyper-V to Azure DR, Hyper-V to Azure migration, which we are going to today. Then Azure SQL, which is platform as a service. Again, we are going to cover the SQL migration from on-prem to Microsoft Azure by using Azure Migrate service. Okay, then we'll try to cover Azure Key Vault service, where we'll integrate that service into the virtual machine, and we'll try to encrypt the disk, virtual machine disk, by using the Azure Key Vault. So this is the target for the today's session. Then next week we will try to cover Azure Traffic Manager. Uh, we'll cover all the pending topics, which is from Azure Storage account, Azure Storage, with the case studies. Then we'll understand Azure File Sync service, which is very important, where we are going to discuss how we can integrate the file server into the Microsoft Azure. Then we'll understand Azure Web App, which is serverless website, and we'll understand the skill sets. Then in next week we'll try to complete some automation, like we'll discuss how we can deploy the virtual machine from the Azure templates. So ARM template I'm going to demonstrate, okay, how we can use the ARM template and how we can do the deployment. Then we'll do the virtual machine troubleshooting. We'll discuss all the options which is required to troubleshoot the virtual machine option. Then we'll understand here Azure IAM. Under the IAM, we'll discuss how we can create a custom roles and how we can provide those roles into the accounts, and how we can provide the permissions. Then we'll understand the policies. We'll understand the management group. Then we'll discuss Azure subscription management, and we'll discuss the Azure monitor service. So any question till related to the topics which we are going to cover? Any question, any doubt? Samir, Vishnu, any question till? Irfan, any question till?
Hello.
So into today's topic, you are going to cover Hyper-V to Azure migration.
Yes,
So
yes. I'm going to
Hyper-V.
demonstrate migration and DR as well. Yes, please go ahead.
So this will be Hyper-V on-premise to cloud Azure, or how it is going to be?
So see, as I do not have Hyper-V host, okay, like which we discussed last week with the VMware, because I'm having all the VMware physical boxes. So what I'm going to do now today I'm going to deploy one high-end virtual machine on Azure only, and that particular server we will refer as a physical server.
So now one more query, just from the previous based topic related to the
Yes,
Active Directory. So
yes.
let's say I have on-premises Active Directory, and
Mhm.
now I want to sync my one of my OU, or one of my whatever on-roll users towards the Azure Azure Active Directory.
Okay.
So in the Azure Active Directory, once you create, now this syncing, for anything to get synced, I should have something sitting in between so that I can take this and sync it over to the Azure Active Directory.
Right.
So in that case, in that sense, I will have uh, some server which synchronizes my data towards the Active Directory of Azure. So
Right.
that server may be sitting in my DMZ network, right?
Right. Right. It can be. Yes. So if
So
your if your Azure AD connected server, if deployed into the DMZ network and your directory is running into the production, so those require ports needs to be open, okay, from the firewall. If your firewall between DMZ and production.
so you have the right point, Yogesh. But the concern over here is that, as you know, security will never open the RPC dynamic ports plus 135445, which are required for Active Directory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I want to sync something towards the data center, towards the Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, in such a case, my server which is sitting, that may be a part of work group or it may be a part of domain. If you say it will be a part of domain, then definitely all the required ports related to join to the domain will be opened across
Right.
the firewall.
Right.
But then there is a security concern where, how can you open this, and then you are keeping this server open towards internet. You must have faced this scenario that, okay, you are keeping this which is interacting with the uh, Google Cloud server or Azure server or AWS server. So
Mm-hmm.
in that case, between Azure ID and the server which is sitting in DMZ, so
Mm-hmm.
in that case, is there any specific port opened, or means how it is?
Yes, yes. We need to open the specific ports, and those details will get on a Microsoft Take Note.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so let's go into that topic and we'll understand like how we are going to prepare the lab, because that particular lab you can also do at your end. Like when we discuss last lab, okay, last lecture, so that lab is not possible to deploy at your end because you do not have the physical infrastructure, right? But Hyper-V to Azure migration DR you can configure at your end as well, because I'm going to demonstrate some nested lab. Okay, so we'll understand what is nested lab and how it works and how we can use for the lab purpose only. So, check. Okay, so we are going to understand Hyper-V to Microsoft Azure. First, we will understand the DR scenario, and then we will understand the migration scenario. Okay, so as per requirement, I should have a on-premises data center, and we are planning to migrate on-prem server to the Microsoft Azure. But into the on-premises, we have Hyper-V. So let's take a scenario. Physical rack we have, and into the rack we have physical boxes. This is my physical server, and top of a physical server we have installed Hyper-V, Microsoft Hyper-V we have with 2K16 or 2K19. Okay, and top of Hyper-V my infrastructure is running. So first we will understand like how we are going to deploy the infrastructure on Microsoft Azure, which is comes under nested lab. Okay, so currently I do not have physical infrastructure at my end. I have all VMware infrastructure. Okay, I do not have Hyper-V host. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to deploy one virtual machine on Microsoft Azure only. I'm going to deploy one virtual machine at Microsoft end. So this is my Azure virtual machine with the high-end machine. Azure virtual machine with Windows in. Okay. Let's see, for vCPU and 16 GB memory. 16 GB memory. Okay. So that particular virtual machine we are going to deploy on Microsoft Cloud, and top of that we are going to deploy Hyper-V role. Okay, and top of Hyper-V, we are going to deploy two servers. We are going to deploy app1 and app server. So this is my app. This is my app1. Okay, and we are going to treat that machine as a physical server. So as a backend, this is not physical machine, this is the virtual machine. And now VMware, your Microsoft is supporting the nested scenario. So nested scenario is nothing but when you deploy the virtual machine, your virtual machine is getting deployed on a physical box, right? So when you deploy the virtual machine, normal virtual machine, your virtual machine is getting deployed on a physical box, right? And that physical hypervisor layer is nothing but your Hyper-V, right? This is the Hyper-V box. Right? You are going to deploy the virtual machine here, but we do not have any access, we do not have any control on the physical server, right? So what you are going to do now, top of virtual machine, again you are going to deploy Hyper-V. Okay, so for the lab purpose, for the testing purpose, people are using the nested lab. Let's take a scenario, you wanted to do some testing on Hyper-V. Okay, and the testing you cannot do into your production. So you can prepare the lab. Okay, you can have the Hyper-V machine on cloud, and you can perform your test and your required things. Okay, so I'm going to deploy one virtual machine. Top of a virtual machine, we will deploy Hyper-V. We will create two virtual machines, and then we'll try to migrate those two virtual machine on Microsoft Azure. So during the lab, just you need to assume this is the physical server. This is not physical server, but we need to assume this is the physical server. Okay, so any question till any doubt? Irfan, any question till?
No, Yogesh.
Okay, so let's go into the first diagram and we'll understand how it works. Okay, so this is my on-premises, and into on-premises we have Hyper-V machine, and top of Hyper-V we have multiple virtual machines are running here. So this is Azure infrastructure. Azure East US. Okay, and the same scenario we have, let's see, 200 VMs. Out of 200 VMs, we are planning to migrate, let's see, 2 VMs. Azure. Okay, out of 200, 2 virtual machines we are planning to migrate on Azure. But my hypervisor is Hyper-V. Okay, now again there are two scenarios. In first scenario, Hyper-V standalone server. This is the first scenario. Second scenario, are you using any VMM, which is host management tool? So the same thing we have discussed last week as well. So are you using a single standalone ESXi or your ESXi managed by virtual center server? So in both scenarios, you need to deploy a different components. So now today we are going to understand the first scenario, a standalone Hyper-V machine we have. On top of our Hyper-V machine, we have multiple virtual machines which is running into the production. So into the first scenario, what we need to do, we need to deploy one agent, and that agent is provided by Microsoft. Okay, so we'll discuss step by step. So this is the first scenario, and now I'm going to set up the recovery vault, because recovery vault is very important, which is my first service into the Azure cloud. Azure Recovery Vault. So when you configure the Azure Recovery Vault, Microsoft is asking to deploy one replication agent on your Hyper-V machine. So we are going to deploy one replication agent. So this is my replication agent. And that replication agent will communicate with the Azure Recovery Vault with the secured way, okay, via internet. So it will create a one encrypted tunnel, okay, for the replication, and it will communicate with the Azure Recovery Vault. So this is the agent, and that agent is the communicator between your Hyper-V infrastructure and your Azure Recovery Vault. So this is the first scenario where we do not have any management console. We have multiple Hyper-V infrastructure. We have multiple Hyper-V machines. Let's say this is my first Hyper-V. This is my second Hyper-V server. Again, top of that Hyper-V, my virtual machines are running. So what we need to do, we need to deploy a same agent on second Hyper-V machine as well. And again, it will communicate with my recovery vault. Okay. So if you have 10 Hyper-V machine, you need to deploy that agent on all the 10 Hyper-V boxes, and it will communicate with that particular virtual machine. So this is the first scenario. Let's go into the second scenario. Into second scenario, we have SCVMM. Okay, let me copy the same diagram. In second scenario, we have SCVMM. Okay, we have multiple ESXi, multiple Hyper-V machines, and top of Hyper-V, we have the virtual machines. Let me copy. Copy here. Okay, and top of that, infra is running. Okay, so in second scenario, we have one more component which Microsoft is providing, which is SCVMM, which is my system center component. Okay, and all my Hyper-V machines managed by that particular component. Means we have multiple Hyper-V machines with the management console. So into the second scenario, we are not going to deploy an agent on each and every Hyper-V machine. We are going to deploy one configuration server, like which we are deployed last week. So this is the configuration server. Okay, we are going to deploy configuration server, and that configuration server will communicate between your SCVMM and your Azure Recovery Vault. The same architecture we have discussed last week, right, during the VMware. So what is the difference here? Into the last week, we have downloaded some OVA or OVF file, which is required for the VMware infrastructure. Now into the today's scenario, Microsoft will offer one VSD file. That VSD file you need to download. You need to prepare one server on one of the physical box, and that particular server will act as a configuration server. That server will act as a configuration server between your on-premises and Azure infrastructure. Okay, so we are going to focus on our first scenario where we do not have any SCVMM box. That's why that configuration server not required. In that scenario, we required only a replication agent. That agent we are going to download and we are going to install on Hyper-V machines. So this is the first service we required from the Microsoft Azure. So what is the second service? We need a storage account. we need a storage account. So storage account is required for the replication. So all the data is going to replicate, all the data is going to synchronize on your storage account. And when you initiate the DR or when you do the actual migration, in that scenario, Microsoft will spin up the virtual machine on Microsoft end. Okay, so if you're not initiating the DR or if you're not initiating the migration, so till Microsoft will not deploy any virtual machine. Microsoft will synchronize only the data from your on-premises to the Azure infrastructure on Azure storage account. So this is the second service is required. Now we need a one more service, which is Azure VNet service. Azure VNet service, and its service needs to be deployed for the network. So when you spin up the virtual machine, okay, or when you initiate the DR, now Microsoft will deploy a virtual machine. At that time only, Microsoft will use the same VNet which we have configured. So Microsoft is going to spin up the virtual machine during the DR and migration scenario. So all virtual machines are going to communicate with that particular VNet. Okay. Now again, one more point I wanted to highlight, which is very important. So if you have infrastructure running with some IP addresses, let's see into the on-premises, your infrastructure is running with the 192.168.90. Let's see 90.x, okay, /24. So you can use a same IP range into the Microsoft Azure, but there are scenario where if you have the site-to-site VPN, in that scenario you cannot use the same IP ranges. It will overlap. It will conflict. So recommendation here is we should have some different IP range, and once you migrate the infrastructure on Microsoft Azure, so obviously you will get the new IP address from new range. So you need to do the required changes into the DNS to run your application infrastructure. You need to edit the DNS records, and by using the DNS records, your application will, your web server or your database server will communicate with the required components. So important here is like during the migration, during the DR, we should have a separate IP address. Okay, we should not use the same IP range which is configured into the on-premises infrastructure. So any question till any doubt? If for any question till any doubt till? Okay, so let's start the deployment. So what we'll do, we'll deploy first Hyper-V infrastructure, and then we'll try to migrate and we'll try to configure the DR as a service. This is not required at all. Okay, so now I'm going to deploy the infrastructure into the East to West 2. Okay, so let's create a resource group. Hyper-V infrastructure under East to West 2. So let's deploy a virtual machine. Okay, now that particular infrastructure will run on 2K16 and 2K19. It doesn't support on 2K12. And now we are going to use a high-end machine which is D4S version 3 with 4V CPU and 16 GB memory, which is high-end machine. So if you configure some low-end machine, okay, or entry-level machine, so Microsoft is not allowing to enable the Hyper-V role on that particular server. Admin 100 password. So that virtual machine will act as a Hyper-V server. Standard SSDs will use the default network. Let's deploy. See, this is high-end machine, 14 rupees per hour. Okay, so let's try to configure here Hyper-V. So this is the Hyper-V role. We are going to enable inside the virtual machine. This is a switch. Restart is required. Okay, now we are going to download the ISO, and by using that ISO, we will deploy the 2 virtual machines on the Hyper-V server. Okay, we can cross check. Let's go into the control panel, and under the control panel we can see the Hyper-V manager. So this is the Hyper-V manager, and we can deploy the virtual machines on that particular Hyper-V host. So this is my Hyper-V host. Let's create a virtual machine. See application server, with 2048 2 GB memory, network, and I'm going to configure, let's see, 30 GB is the C drive. Let's finish. So meanwhile we'll start we'll download the ISO here. Okay, just let's close here. Try to disable all the security feature and download the ISO, Windows 2 Ketwell ISO. Okay, so we need a Windows 2K12 server R2 with the ISO format. Let's go continue. So we need ISO with the 64-bit with the English language. Let's download. Okay, so let's go into the Hyper-V manager. Under Hyper-V manager, we can see one virtual machine we have created where operating system is not installed. We'll download the ISO and we'll deploy the operating system. And let's create one more virtual machine. Application server 1. 2048. This is the network for the communication. Again, 30 GB is more than enough. Finish. Okay. So this is my Hyper-V infrastructure. This is a physical Hyper-V server. Top of that, we have deployed 2 virtual machines, and we'll install here 2K12 on both servers. So what we are going to do now, application server virtual machine. So that particular server we will take or we will configure as a DR, and app server 1 we will try to migrate from on premises to the cloud premises. So 90% we need to follow the same steps for the DR and for the migration, but we'll segregate. Okay, we will understand the difference. Okay, which steps we need to follow during the DR and which steps we need to follow for the actual migration from on-prem to cloud premises. Okay, so let's wait here. Okay, so we have downloaded the ISO, and by using that ISO, we'll deploy the virtual machine. So go to the settings, upload the ISO, downloads. So we are going to deploy to K12 standard, or we can have data center addition as well with the GUI. Okay, so don't deploy with the core. Okay, the GUI, set the licenses, and deploy with the default settings. See, we have configured 30 GB, right? So 30 GB it will allocate for the operating system drive, OS drive. Okay. So meanwhile, we will set up the infrastructure on Microsoft Azure. Okay, so because we are considering this is the physical server, right? Physical Hyper-V machine with the two virtual server. So meanwhile, we'll set up the infrastructure. Go to the resource group, and now I'm going to deploy the infrastructure into the West US. So migrated server. See West US 2. Okay. So now that infrastructure we will migrate, or we will configure under the West US 2. Okay. So what is the prerequisites? First, we need to deploy a VNet. vnet, and we are going to deploy here. Let's see, 192.168.10.0/24. Okay, and same network we will use as a subnet. This is my prod. Subnet, and let's create it. Okay, next we are going to configure the storage account. So storage account is required for the caching purpose. All the disk are going to cache on that particular storage account. So we'll use the same resource group. Standard with the version 1 LRS with the default options. And then we need to deploy recovery vault. Okay, vault 1, let's create it. Once it is deployed, then we will configure the IP address from the same range. We'll do the basic configuration, we'll disable the firewall, we will enable the RDP, and then we'll start the synchronization, or we'll start to configure the recovery vault. Okay, so we can start the deployment of other machine as well. So image file, this is the image which we have downloaded from the internet. Okay, and let's power on the machine. So the same OS we will deploy, which is 2K12R2 data center with the GUI mode. Okay, so let's configure the password. So what is the IP range we are using into the physical box? I believe this is the 10 series, right? So we will use the same range IP address from the, on the virtual machines as well. So IP config is 10.0.1.4. So we will configure here 10.0.1.100 and 1.101. let's disable the firewall. This is my app server, right? This is app server. Firewall needs to be disabled. And remote desktop needs to be enabled, because once we migrate on the cloud, okay, we are going to take the RDP of the server. See, now I can ping, okay, from my physical server to the virtual machine. So let's try to reboot once, because we have changed the name of the server. Restart. So what is the scenario here? We have two servers, app server and app server 1. So app server we will configure into the DR, and app server 2 we will do the actual migration. Okay, so there are two scenarios we are going to discuss, DR and actual migration. So 95% steps are remain same. Okay, only during the DR we are not going to do the migration, just we are going to initiate the DR, and into the second scenario we are going to do the complete migration. Okay, so let's go into the lab. A machine is up and running. Now let's check on a second. Okay, so it will take time. Meanwhile, we will configure the DR on app server. Okay, so let's go into the portal. Go to the recovery vault, and under the recovery vault, we need to configure the site recovery. So enable the site recovery. So last week we have discussed Azure virtual machine DR scenario. Last week we have discussed VMware to Azure scenario, and now today we are going to understand Hyper-V to Azure scenario. So into the both scenarios, with the VMware and Hyper-V, we need to prepare the infrastructure. So what is infrastructure preparation? We are going to configure the agent at on-premises end, okay, to replicate the infrastructure. So let's prepare the infrastructure. Again, same steps you will get, okay, which we have discussed last week with the VMware. Only what is the difference here when we compare the last session? Into the last session, we have discussed with the VMware, and now today we are going to discuss with the Hyper-V. So each and every step we need to follow as the same. Okay. So deployment planning completed. Yes, we have did it. Okay, now let's go into the next option. Now Microsoft is asking, are you using any system center, as we discussed into our scenario, first and second scenario. So currently we do not have any system center, but if your system center, if you say yes, then Microsoft is asking to configure the system center, okay, which we have configured last week, right? We have configured the virtual center server with the help of configuration server. So currently we do not have any system center. When we try to add, Microsoft is asking to download the installer. Okay, installer Microsoft Azure Site Recovery Provider, and that particular installer we need to use, and that installer we need to deploy on the system center. So we do not have system center. Now when you say no, Microsoft is asking to configure the Hyper-V site. So Hyper-V site is nothing but it's a logical boundary, it's a group. So let's take a scenario, you have 10 Hyper-V machines. So those 10 Hyper-V machines you are going to configure under the single Hyper-V site. Let's see, Pune site. Okay, any name we can configure. Okay, so Hyper-V site is created, and now we need to add the Hyper-V host here. Okay, so let's try to add here, and again Microsoft is asking to download the installer for Microsoft Azure Site Recovery Provider. So let's copy that particular link, copy link location, and download the agent on your Hyper-V machine. So we are not going to download that agent on a guest OS. We are going to download that agent on Hyper-V machine. So let's save and try to run that particular agent. Install it. After that, we need to download the vault registration key. So by using that registration key, your Hyper-V machine will get registered under the recovery vault. Okay, so let's download the key as well, and that key we need to provide during the installation. So this is the key. Copy that key. Okay, so installation is completed, and now Microsoft is asking to register the your Hyper-V server into the recovery vault. Go to the register option and provide the key which we have downloaded from the portal. So this is the registration key. See, this is the key file. Okay, this is the subscription details, vault name which we have created, okay, on Azure side, and this is my Hyper-V site. So that particular ESXi machine, Hyper-V machine will get registered under that particular site which we have created. Go to next. So currently we do not have any proxy. If you have proxy, then you need to configure the required details here: proxy server IP address, port number, ID and password. So currently we do not have any proxy, that's why we need to select the first option. So your Hyper-V machine will connect the Azure Site Recovery, okay, without any proxy. Okay, so second machine also we have. We will configure the host name, we will configure the IP address, we'll disable the firewall, and then we'll try to configure that server with the migration. Okay, so server is registered here, right? So let's finish here and try to reconfigure the same options. No. Okay, see, now I can see here my Hyper-V site, which is Pune site, and under that I can see here one Hyper-V server. So this is the host name of my Hyper-V server, Hyper-V physical server, right? Which is showing connected. Let's go next. This is the subscription. Now this is the source, okay, which we have configured. At source side, source we have Hyper-V, and target we need to configure. So target will be the subscription. Target will storage account which we have created here, and network which we have created DC VNet. So if you do not have any storage account and network, then Microsoft is asking to create a storage account and VNet here. Okay. So let's go to the next option. Configure the replication policy. Policy 1, Hyper-V to Azure. So this is the scope. Okay, this is the source and this is the target. So from on-prem to cloud-prem. So into on-prem we are using the Hyper-V machines. So every 5 minutes, okay, it will copy the data from on-prem to cloud-prem. Means it will replicate, it will synchronize the data. Immediately it should start the synchronized replication. This is the second machine, admin underscore 123, admin underscore 123. And now we'll configure here 1.101. Properties 6 not required. Here 10.0.1.101. Dot 0.1.1.1, which is my gateway. App server 1. Okay, and let's disable the firewall and enable the RDP. Remote desktop needs to be enabled. See, now we can able to ping from the physical server to the virtual machine. So let's try to reboot the server because we have changed the host name of the server. Go to next and prepare. Okay, so infrastructure preparation is completed. Now what is the next step? We need to enable the replication. So as we discussed into our scenario, we have 200 servers, and out of 200 servers we are going to replicate 2 virtual machines. So those 2 virtual machines machine we need to select into the replication option. Okay, so let's go into the portal. This is the option, enable the replication. So source location is Pune site. So under the Pune already we have configured some physical boxes, which is Hyper-V. On top of Hyper-V, some virtual machines are running. Go to next. So this is the source, this is the target. Target is my Azure infrastructure, which is my subscription. So post failure resource group. So when you do the failure, when you do the migration, all the virtual machines are getting spin up under that particular resource group, which is migrated server. Then post failure deployment model will be the resource manager. Storage account already we have configured for the caching purpose. We have configured the VNet as well, which is DC VNet, and this is the subnet which we have configured 192.168.10.0/24. So this is my source, this is my destination. See, now I can see here two virtual machines, app server and app server 1. Why? Because on a physical server, let's go into the diagram. On a physical server, we have deployed one replication agent. So that replication agent is communicating with the virtual machine which is running on that particular physical box. Okay, and that agent is communicating with the recovery vault as well. So go here. I wanted to replicate both virtual machines. Next, OS type will be the Windows. Disk type will be the, so both virtual machines having single disk with 30 GB with 30 GB. Go to next. And policy we have created. So that policy we are going to attach for with the replication with the virtual machine and enable the replication. Okay, so replication status we can check under the site recovery. Go to the replicated items. See, here we can check all the details. Okay, so what we'll do, we will take a break here because it will take some 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, for the synchronization, data replication, and then we will understand DR and we will understand actual migration as well. So any question till any doubt here? Pallavi, any question? Irfan, any question? Samir, any question?
No, Yogesh, as of now.
But you can perform that lab at your end as well. Okay,
Yes,
that's why, yeah, that's why we are using here some nested scenario. Okay, I'm not using the physical lab. Okay,
Right.
and you can understand each and every option. Vishnu, any doubt till? Samir, any question?
Yeah. Yogesh, this will work in physical environment also.
Yes, same. See, just you need to consider this is the physical server. This is the Hyper-V machine with the physical infrastructure. You should have a proper internet bandwidth because This is the service which Microsoft is offering. So that's why your traffic is getting routed via internet. Okay. So either you can use the internet or either you can have the express route between your on-prem to cloud prem for the replication.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm. And one more question, Yogesh.
Uh-huh.
In last session, we have discussed that Azure to Azure AD migration.
Azure
So,
to
so Azure to Azure migration,
right,
machine migration.
right. Last
Uh,
to last section. Yeah.
we have implemented that. Means I have implemented that in my portal, but it's when we means when म्हणजे जेव्हा DR चं मशीन आपण अप करतो ना,
Uh-huh.
त्यावेळेस ते हे होतच नाही, ते मशीन चालू होत नाहीये. म्हणजे तिथं बॉक्समध्ये चालू झालेलं दाखवतं, पण मला ऍक्सेस होत नाहीये. मी त्याला NSG पण अप्लाय केले, पण तरी पण ऍक्सेस होत नाहीये ते.
NSG, have you configured NSG with the
Yeah.
RDP protocol?
Yes.
RDP rule? Okay.
हो.
Okay.
3
So that we need
rule
to
apply.
check. If you have that lab, I can check the issue.
Okay, no problem. I will
Let's
give you
deploy one
console
more time.
after.
Let's deploy one more time if you do not have the lab. If
Mhm.
you have, then after today's session, we can troubleshoot the issue.
Okay, after the session, I will call you.
Okay. No issues. Yes. Sabir, any question till?
No, Yogesh.
Okay. So Okay, so both replicated, synchronized with the Azure cloud, and app server is showing protected, and app server 1 it is showing waiting for the first recovery point. Okay, so let's try to configure the DR on a app server. Okay, so now it is showing some warning as well here. Okay, there is a warning on that particular virtual machine. So warning is like we have not uh, tested the DR here, right? So let's try to test failure. So when you perform the test failure, Microsoft is going to create a one more virtual machine, okay, into the West US 2 from the on premises. So from Pune site to Microsoft Azure, latest recovery point and Azure virtual machine. This is the network. Say okay. Okay, so let's check the virtual machine. Go to reserve virtual machine tab, and now we can see the app server hyphen test. So why I hyphen test? Because this is a DR drill, and that's why Microsoft has deployed the virtual machine with the hyphen test. So let's clean up the test failure, and we'll do the actual failure. Okay, so clean up the test failure. So during the cleanup, Microsoft will delete that virtual machine and will spin up the actual DR VM. Okay, so when we spin up the virtual machine into the DR, at that time Microsoft is going to shut down the on-premises virtual machine, which is from my Hyper-V. So this is also protected. Test failure. Okay, starting the test failure for the application server 1. So this is the test failure we have done for the application server 1, and app server -test virtual machine Microsoft is deleting here because we have started the cleanup here. Okay, so same cleanup we need to run on other virtual machine as well. Refresh. So my app server 1, it is showing healthy, and cleanup test failure is pending. Okay, my machine is running here. Okay, so let's use that option, cleanup. Let's clean up the test failure. Okay, so we can refresh here. So this is the app server which is showing protected and healthy. Now we can go here and we can do the actual failure. So when you do the actual failure, at that time Microsoft will delete the virtual machine from the on-premises infrastructure. So let's do the failure. So failure from on-prem to Azure means my virtual machine to Azure, right? So again, this is the option. See, shut down the virtual machine and synchronize the latest data. So during the cutover, okay, during the cutover, Microsoft will synchronize the data, latest data from the on-premises virtual machine. Okay, so latest RPO. So this is the DR scenario. Okay, this is the DR scenario where we are going to spin up the virtual machine into the Microsoft Azure. Okay, and now we can see Microsoft is going to shut down the virtual machine from the Hyper-V. See, app server. Now it is showing power off. And into the second machine, completing. Okay, still it is running with the cleanup process. Okay, let's wait some time. Okay, so failure is initiated here. Okay, so let's go into the diagram and understand the one more concept. So this is the failure concept we have discussed, right? Failure concept from Hyper-V to Azure, right? So you have done the failure, okay, and you have done the changes on Microsoft Azure virtual machine level, right? So once your physical data center is up and running, then you can initiate the failback. So failback is nothing but all the changes it will replicated into the on-premises data center. So there are two scenarios: failure, which is from Hyper-V to Azure, and we can have failback as well. Failback from Azure VM to Hyper-V VM. Okay, so why you are going to do the failure? Because there is a issue with the physical data center, right? So that's why you have done the failure. So after 1 day or 2 day, you can see your data center is stable. Now the complete workload you can fail back from Azure to your on-premises data center. So let's refresh. Failure is completed. It is showing failure is completed, and we can see here virtual machine app server is running on Microsoft Azure. So what you need to do once you failure? Once you failure, then you need to configure the network security group. Okay, you need to configure the public. See, public IP at all not required, because as per the diagram there is a link between on-prem to cloud-prem. There is a site-to-site VPN between on-premises and Microsoft Azure. So from on-premises you can take the RDP, okay, with the local IP address only. So public IP is not, but in our scenario, local IP is public IP is required, because we do not have any site-to-site VPN. Okay, so let's go here and understand the other options. Refresh. Okay, now there is option commit and change recovery point. Okay, so we'll understand change recovery point. So last week also we have discussed the same options, change recovery point. So if you spin up the virtual machine, or if you do the failure with some wrong snapshot or wrong recovery point, at that time Microsoft is giving that option to change the recovery point. But once you change the once you commit, after that you cannot change the recovery point. Okay, so let's commit it. refresh. Okay, so failure is committed now. Okay, so now your complete workload is running from Microsoft Azure. You have not done any migration, but into the second virtual machine, okay, into the second scenario, what we can do, we can do the failure. So failure is required. During the failure, Microsoft will shut down the virtual machine. Latest RPO. Starting the failure. So app server 1 is running on Microsoft Azure. Okay. Now app server 2, what we're going to do now, we are going to do the complete cutover or complete migration. Failure is completed and completing the failure. Okay, it will take 2 to 3 minutes. See, now we can have the failback. So how we can do the failback? Let's go here and there is option planned failure. So now again you are going to do the failure from Azure to your on-premises. You are going to do the fail. Actually, that option should be a failback, but Microsoft is saying here again failure from one location to another location. Okay, from Microsoft Azure to your on-site, which is your Pune site, right? With the data synchronization. So failure in this direction involve a heavy data synchronization operation. Specify how you want to perform this. So there are two options. minimize the downtime or full download. So under the minimize the downtime, what Microsoft will do? Microsoft will replicate the changes, okay, which we have done after failure. So only changes it will replicate into the on-premises, and on-prem virtual machine will get started automatically, because currently my on-prem virtual machine is in shutdown mode, right? Why? Because my application is running from the Azure cloud, okay. And again, there is a one more option: create a virtual machine on premises if does not exist already. So if you do not have the virtual machine, let's take a scenario, you do not have app server here, okay. So in that scenario, Microsoft will deploy one virtual machine here automatically. If a virtual machine is present here, then it will update the changes only on that particular VHD file, okay. So this is a fallback option. Now into the second machine, we will do the complete migration. So let's go complete migration. See, are you sure you want to migrate a virtual machine? Once you complete the migration, you cannot change the recovery point of the virtual machine. This will remove the virtual machine, okay, and it will no longer be protected by the Azure Site Recovery. So what will happen here? Once you do the complete migration, your replication is going to stop from your on-prem to cloud-prem, okay. And machine will be a cleanup automatically. Azure Site Recovery billing for the machine will be stopped here, okay. So Microsoft is saying for Site Recovery Manager, okay, is going to stop from that particular virtual machine. So say okay. So this is the complete migration now. So any question till, any doubt till? See, app server 1 is not showing here. Why? Because app server 1 we have done the complete migration. That's why that virtual machine is not showing under the replication. So Microsoft will stop the replication from that particular virtual machine, and that's why the app server 1 is not showing here, okay. So any doubt, any question till?
So failback which we'll do from Azure to on premises.
Uh-huh.
So in that case, like here the source when it was initially at the on-prem, that time
Right.
the machine was stopped and that was
Right.
activated. But now
Right.
again you are doing a failback.
Uh-huh.
So failback, so existing machine will be start up. Means it will start or it will restore from the point where it was there, or it will means incremental restoration will be done, or it will do the syncing from the scratch back.
So during the failback, there are two options: minimize the downtime and full download. So when you say full download, means the complete virtual machine is getting replicated, okay. And when you say minimize the downtime, it will synchronize only the changes which you have done on Microsoft Azure virtual machine,
Okay.
okay. So you can try that option, okay, you can try. So during that option, what will happen? Your virtual machine, your app server 1 will get started automatically with the update updated data, okay. Refresh. And now how we can disable the replication from the machine? Let's go here and disable the replication. Okay, so let's remove the complete lab and then we'll discuss the next migration, which is SQL migration. Okay, so there is no replicated items here. So let me check the site recovery infrastructure. So remove the Hyper-V server which we have registered, and then we can remove the site, and after that we can delete the recovery vault. So without those entries you will not able to delete the recovery vault. Then delete the site. Let's try to delete the complete infrastructure. Okay, so let's understand the next concept, and meanwhile Microsoft will delete the resource groups. We have started the deletion. Now we need to understand next concept, which is Azure SQL migration. Okay, so before understanding the migration, first we'll understand the types of SQL which we can use on Microsoft platform, Microsoft Cloud Platform. SQL, Microsoft SQL scenario. Okay, so there are two scenarios which we can use on Microsoft Azure. So first scenario is infrastructure as a service. Second is platform as a service. infrastructure as a service SQL and platform as a service SQL. So we'll understand what is infrastructure service and what is platform as a service SQL. Okay, so infrastructure as a service SQL is nothing but what you are going to do. You are going to deploy one virtual machine on Microsoft portal. This is Azure virtual machine with Windows 2K16 with 2K19. Okay, and top of that you are going to deploy a SQL server. You're going to deploy SQL server. So what is the responsibility now here? So your Windows team is managing the Windows. Windows server means Windows OS, we can say, and SQL team is managing the SQL. SQL team is managing the SQL server and databases, right? So both platforms you are going to manage. Okay, and again one more point I wanted to highlight here, which is very important, licensing part. So this is the scenario, licensing. So under the infrastructure as a service, again you have multiple scenarios related to the licensing. Now we have two scenarios. Pay as you go licensing and BYOL licenses. BYOL licensing. So we'll understand the second scenario, BYOL. So what you are going to do now, already you have some free licenses at your end because you are using SQL Server into the on-premises data center as well. So what you are going to do, you are going to deploy one virtual machine on Microsoft Cloud, and top of that you are going to deploy a SQL Server, and during the licensing you are going to use your own licenses which already you have. You have purchased those licenses from vendor or directly from the Microsoft. In some scenarios, like you have the enterprise contract with the Microsoft where you can use the all applications, okay, which is covered into your contract. So this is a BYOL. You are going to use your own licenses here. Now into the second scenario, let's take a scenario like you need a one SQL server for short-term project. Okay, like you need a one SQL server for 6 months. Okay, in such scenarios, you are not going to purchase a SQL licenses, right? So after your project, that licenses you are not going to use. So in such scenarios, what Microsoft is saying, you can use the pay as you go licenses scenario. Means when you deploy the virtual machine on Microsoft portal, Microsoft is going to provide the SQL licenses as well. So when you do the comparison, cost comparison, so your pay as you go SQL licenses are very costly compared to BYOL. So if you are planning to use a SQL server for next 3 years or next 5 years, so recommendation here is you need to purchase, or you can purchase those licenses from the vendor or directly from the Microsoft, which is comes under BYOL, bring your own license, you buy your own licenses. For testing purpose, for R&D purpose, for short-term projects, you can use a pay-as-you-go licenses, which Microsoft is providing. So any question till any doubt into the first scenario, which is comes under infrastructure as a service with the SQL.
Short term, do you mean by like 3 months, 1 month? How?
Yes, 3 month, 1 month. Also, you can use 1 hour also. If you need a SQL server for 1 hour, you can deploy that server, you can do your task, you can do your required testing, and you can delete it. So Microsoft will charge for only the 1 hour. Okay, let me demonstrate the costing, then you will get the idea. So let's go into the Azure calculator. Okay, so let me delete the existing assignments. Okay, now I'm going to add a virtual machine here for the calculation, because I wanted to submit some budgetary cost. Okay, so I need costing with the INR, Indian rupees. Okay, so my machine I wanted to deploy under the India region, let's see Central India, and I need a Windows machine. So now Microsoft is asking, do you want us only standalone virtual machine or with SQL? So what we'll do, we will do the comparison. So first we'll calculate the cost of the single virtual machine without any application. Standard tier. Let's see, I need a B. Let's do with the all, and I need here B series, okay, for a testing purpose, B2S. So B2S is offering 2 CPU, 4 GB memory, 8 GB temporary storage, and the cost will be the 4 rupees 76 paisa per hour. Okay, and I wanted to spin up a one virtual machine, and that particular virtual machine I'm going to run for 1 month. Okay, and this is a costing. This is a upfront costing. Per month we need to pay 3,481 rupees. So in that particular scenario, we do not have any Windows licenses, we do not have any SQL licenses. Okay, this is a fresh deployment. For testing purpose, I am going to deploy, and that virtual machine I am going to use for next 1 month. Okay, so what options Microsoft is offering? Microsoft is showing some options here, pay as you go. So that particular cost comes under pay as you go, because there is no commitment with the Microsoft. So I'm not going to do any commitment with the Microsoft. But let's take a scenario, that particular virtual machine you are going to run for next 1 year. This is the commitment you are going to do with the Microsoft. That particular virtual machine you are going to convert into the reservation. So when you when you convert your virtual machine into the reservation, in that scenario, Microsoft will offer the 25% discount. So what is the cost which is comes under pay as you go, which is 3,481 rupees. So let's go here, and now you need to pay only 2,179. Why? Because you are going to convert your virtual machine into the reserve instance for next 1 year. So what is the benefit into the reserve instance? Microsoft is giving the 25% discount, but what is the limitation here? So after 1 month, if you are saying you don't want that particular virtual machine, so in that scenario, you cannot shut down the virtual machine. If you shut down the virtual machine, still you have to pay to the Microsoft with the agreement cost, which is 2,179 rupees per month. Okay, so if you are looking at virtual machine for next 3 years, around you will get the 53% discount, and you are going to pay 1,531 rupees per month. Okay, which is your monthly cost. So still clear, or any doubt or any question? Irfan, any question till? Samir, Vishnu, any question? Okay, so into all three scenarios, we are going to purchase the license from Microsoft during the virtual machine deployment, license included. So in all three scenarios, pay as you go, 1 year reservation and 3 year reservation, under all three scenario, we are going to take the license from the Microsoft, because we do not have any license. So license cost is already included into that particular cost. Okay, now in second scenario, I wanted to use pay as you go, but already I have the licenses. Okay, I wanted to use pay as you go, but the licenses already we have. So when we select here Azure hybrid benefit, again you will get the good discount here. So now the next scenario, I wanted to use that virtual machine for next 3 years, and already I'm having the licenses. See, with the licenses, 1,500 rupees cost. Without license, you need to pay only 1,110 rupees per month. Okay, which is comes under 3-year reserve instance with the hybrid license. Means you are going to provide your own licenses. Already you have licenses. So that particular scenario you will get when you do the actual migration from on-prem to cloud-prem. Okay. So now this is the costing, okay, with your only the virtual machine without any application. And what you can do, you can export all the details into the Excel file and you can share with your customer. Okay. Now what is next? Now into the next scenario, I need a Windows machine with SQL Server. I need a Windows machine with the SQL Server, and now Microsoft is asking which licenses you wanted to use. Do you want to use Enterprise, Standard, or Web Edition? So let's take a scenario. I need your Standard Edition. My application vendor or application team is saying yes, we need a SQL Standard Edition. Okay. So Microsoft has not mentioned here SQL Server version. Okay. So under that cost, you can use any SQL version like 2K14, 2K16, 2K19, any version you can use it. So what is the cost now? Central India, Windows, SQL Server with SQL standard tier. Then you're going to deploy SQL on B2S machine. And now again, Microsoft has added one more tab here, license included, right? So Microsoft is providing the license, and what will be the cost of that license? 21,037 rupees per month cost you need to pay for the SQL licenses, because you are going to use pay as you go scenario. See, this is the scenario. This is the scenario, pay as you go, which is very costly. You are going to pay 21,000. But let's take a scenario already you having the licenses. Again, same cost, 1,110 rupees. So into the second scenario, you are going to use your own licenses, which already you have, into the physical data center. So any question till, any doubt till? Pallavi, any question?
No, Yogesh.
Okay, so let's go into the next scenario. Okay, so this is the costing. So this is a pay as you go, and this is a BYOL licenses. We can use it. And now there is a one more scenario which Microsoft is offering, which is comes under PaaS SQL. What is platform as a service? So as a user, as a client, we are not going to deploy Windows machine. So here, Windows machine at all not required. Okay, what we are going to do, we are going to deploy a SQL database directly. So when you deploy SQL Server and SQL databases, so this is Azure SQL Server and databases. When you deploy that SQL Server and SQL databases, Microsoft is going to deploy your SQL Server and database on a Windows machine only, but that Windows machine is running into the backend. Okay, you will not get any access from that particular server. Again, there are multiple scenarios, multiple ways or multiple options we need to select. Okay, during the Azure SQL database deployment, SQL Server and database deployment here. But Microsoft is not going to provide any access on backend machine, which Microsoft is using. So what is the benefit you will get here? You are not going to manage a Windows server. Only you are going to manage your SQL Server and SQL databases, which is comes under PaaS. So this is the example of your serverless database. This is the serverless computing. Means you are not going to manage your server. Microsoft will manage for you. Microsoft will manage the backup. Microsoft will manage the performance. Everything managed by Microsoft. Okay. So in that scenario as well, you can use your own licenses. Okay, and you can save the cost if you have already licenses. Okay, so what we will do first, we will discuss how we can deploy a SQL server with the pay as you go model. So which already we have discussed during the backup. Okay, but we have not discussed in depth. So again, we will deploy one virtual machine with the SQL licenses with the pay as you go model. Once we deploy the SQL server, we will create some databases. Okay, and we will consider that machine as an on-premises virtual machine. We will consider that particular virtual machine as an on-premises virtual machine, and we will try to migrate those on-premises databases into the Microsoft Azure SQL. So what we are going to do now, we have SQL server, okay, in data center, which is comes under infrastructure as a service, IaaS. And my client is asking to migrate all the databases from IaaS to the PaaS. Okay, so you are going to change the complete architecture of the product during the migration. Okay, so this is a one more type of the migration. So before migration, you are using here infrastructure as a service. After migration, you are going to use platform as a service. Okay, so first we will deploy the SQL server with the pay as you go model with the infrastructure as a service model. Okay, so let's go into the Azure portal, resource group. Deploy the resource group. Infrastructure as a service, and now I'm going to use East2S2 review and create. And during the migration, we are going to use Azure Migrate service. So last week we have discussed the same service, right, with the virtual machine migration. Now today we will use the same service for the database migration, because by using that service you can migrate the desktops, you can migrate the servers, you can migrate the data, you can migrate your web applications, and you can migrate your databases as well. So let's deploy the virtual machine, and now we are going to use some special image from the marketplace, because I need an image, okay, with SQL as well, right? So go to the resource group, DC, sorry, SQL IS. Now this is the SQL server under the East2S2, and now I'm going to click here, see all images, and now you can search here. I need a SQL server 2K14, enter. See, there are two images are available on marketplace, BYOL and pay as you go. So what is BYOL? So Microsoft is going to provide us SQL here, okay, with the image, with the Windows image, but licensing you need to do your own. Microsoft is not providing any licenses here. But in second scenario, Microsoft is going to provide the licenses as well. And now Microsoft is asking which flavor you wanted to use. SQL Server 2K14, Service Pack 3, Web Edition on Windows Server 2K12. So standard, Express. So Express is a free. Okay, no need to pay for the Express Enterprise. Okay, so now I'm going to deploy 2K14 Service Pack 3 with the standard edition. And once you select that image, automatically Microsoft has added the one more tab here. So some basic configuration we can do under that particular tab. Okay, so I wanted to use here B2MS with 2 CPU, 8 GB memory. Admin 100 is the local account. Go to the next option. Standard SSDs we are going to use, networking with the default. I am not going to do any changes related to the network. Management default option. So those management options we will discuss during the virtual machine troubleshooting. Okay, so I'm not going to use any advanced option. Go to next. Now that particular tab is very important. Now Microsoft is asking a SQL connectivity. So Microsoft is asking here which connectivity you wanted to use. Do you wanted to deploy that SQL server with the private network, or within the Azure infrastructure, or with the public network? So when you select the first option, in that scenario, you will not able to manage that SQL server from the outside. Every time you need to log in into the server, you need to open the SQL Management Studio and you need to manage your databases. In second option, private within the virtual network. So you can deploy your SQL Management Studio on any server within that particular VNet, and you can manage your SQL server and SQL databases. And into the third scenario, you can manage your SQL server over the internet as well. So what you can do, what you can try, you can install SQL Management Studio on your laptop or desktop, and from that machine you can connect your SQL server by using a public IP or by using the DNS name. So for testing purpose, I'm going to configure with the public. So this is the port which is required to communicate with your SQL server. And when you deploy that machine, automatically that port is getting allowed into the network security group. SQL authentication, which is very important. Now, when you enable the SQL authentication, Microsoft is using the same ID and same password with the SQL server as well. So Microsoft is not providing any SA account here. So your admin 100 will admin account under your SQL Management Studio. Okay, so same ID, same password. You can integrate your SQL server with the Key Vault to enhance the security. Now Microsoft is giving some default configuration related to the disk. I don't want 1 TB disk. I'm going to change the disk size here. Let's see with 64 GB. Okay, and Microsoft is going to create some data directory, okay, on top of that particular disk. Say okay. See, again same option. Microsoft is asking if you wanted to save the money, you can use your own licenses. Okay, you can configure the patching, SQL patching. You can configure the backup as well, which is not required. Let's go into the next option and deploy the SQL server. Okay, so let's understand the SQL PaaS service meanwhile. Okay, we'll deploy one more resource group. SQL PaaS East US 2. Next. So this is a resource group, and under that resource group, we are going to deploy SQL PaaS. So this is a SQL IaaS, and this is a SQL PaaS. So let's go search directly SQL here. And now first we need to deploy the SQL server, and then we can deploy the SQL databases. So if you try to deploy SQL databases, Microsoft will ask first to deploy the SQL server. So let's go into the SQL server and deploy the SQL server. So see, we are not going to deploy any Windows machine. Without Windows machine, we are going to deploy SQL server now. With the same subscription, I wanted to deploy SQL server under the PaaS resource group. And now Microsoft is asking the unique name, and that particular name Microsoft will configure on that particular PaaS database server. Okay, so this is the domain .database.windows.net. Okay, and we need to configure the name. Let's see. Cloud Techno. So that particular name should be available under the DNS. If that name is not available, then Microsoft will give here some warning. Okay, and we need to use a unique name every time. So location is East US 2. Then Microsoft is asking to configure the ID and password, because you are going to access that SQL server from SQL Management Studio, right? So we need to provide a ID and password. So that particular ID password we are going to configure here. So again, same thing, admin 100. Is the password. Go to networking. Okay, so firewall option we will discuss later. First we will create a SQL server, okay, and then we will discuss the firewall rules, like how we can configure the firewall, because by default Microsoft is not allowing any traffic from the outside. We need to allow the IP address. We need to whitelist some IP address. Okay, so we are not going to configure networking here. Additional setting, under the additional setting, Microsoft is asking, do you want to use any defender, Azure Defender for the SQL server to enhance the security of your SQL database? So if your budget, then you can enable that option, you can enable that service. And again, that feature is paid feature. You need to pay 1080 rupees INR per month, okay, to get the more security. Go to next and review and create. So now SQL server we are going to deploy without any Windows machine. Okay, so SQL PaaS we have created, and let's go to the SQL Server. See, this is my SQL Server, Cloud Techno. Let's go here, and you can see some link, and by using that link you can connect to your SQL database server. Okay, let me have one more notepad. See, so this is the complete address of our SQL server, cloudtechno.database.windows.net, and which ID we have configured. Admin 100 is the user ID, and password @12345 is the password. Okay, so this is the SQL server we have deployed. Now we need to deploy a databases under that SQL server. So let's create a database. Okay, our Windows machine with SQL also is ready. Okay, so let's focus on PaaS SQL database now. Okay, so now we are going to create a database under that particular resource group. Okay, and database name will be the, let's see, app1. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to configure here app1 database hyphen PaaS, or we can have PaaS hyphen app1. Okay, means we can understand that particular database we have created under the PaaS service. Okay, so server which we have created, and now Microsoft is asking, do you want to use Elastic Pool, SQL Elastic Pool? So Elastic Pool is nothing but it's a group of databases. So if you wanted to enhance the performance of your database, okay, so like people are deploying a database with the multi databases, you can use it for a single application where you will get the more performance compared to the single database. So I don't want to use that feature. And next, Microsoft is asking to use a configure the storage and compute. So before understanding that particular feature, we'll understand a concept. So when you deploy a SQL server into the on-premises data center, so which option you are going to consider? So you are going to consider CPU, required memory, then disk space, right? And very important, which is disk IOPS, right? So when you club all the options, all the features like CPU, memory, disk, and IOPS, your server performance is depend on 4 parameters: CPU, memory, disk space, and disk IOPS. Okay, so let's take a scenario. If you are not getting a proper disk IOPS or required disk IOPS, you will not able to write or read a data from the SQL database, right? So we need a proper IOPS, right? And that IOPS requirement you can take from the your SQL team. It's completely depend on SQL team. Okay, so before configuring any SQL database or SQL PaaS service, we should have a proper parameters. Okay, so when you compare with the SQL PaaS, so those parameters you're going to define during the infrastructure as a service scenario. But when you compare with the PaaS is not providing CPU and memory. So PaaS is providing here DTU. So DTU is nothing but your data transition units. Okay, so data transition unit is nothing but it's a combination of CPU, memory, and your IOPS. So when you increase the DTUs, means you are going to increase the IOPS, and when you increase the IOPS, Microsoft will heavily charge on your databases. Okay, so let's go into the portal and compute plus storage and configure the database. Now again under the DTU, again Microsoft is offering the multiple scenarios. So there are multiple scenarios. Under the basic scenario, very limited size of database here, only 2 GB database you can have, and limited DTU. So DTU size will be the 5. You cannot increase the performance. You will get a very limited performance here under that particular DTU. So for a testing purpose, you can use that particular basic scenario. Let's go into the standard. Under standard, Microsoft is offering 250 GB database, which is maximum database size. And again, Microsoft is offering 3000 DTUs. So when you increase the DTU, okay, means you are going to increase the performance of your infrastructure. You are going to increase the performance of your databases. So when you increase the DTU, your costing also getting increased, because in the backend, Microsoft is going to involve more CPU, more memory, more disk space, and more IOPS as well to get the best performance. Okay, so your performance is completely depend on your DTUs. Any question till? Any doubt? Any question till?
But if I take a storage,
Sorry, if you take a
storage
okay,
and I put a database storage,
no, storage means, see, you are, if you are taking a storage and you are going to put a database on the storage, means purely you are using infrastructure as a service concept. You are not going to use platform as a service. So when you use a platform as a service, the storage maintained by Microsoft only. You are not going to manage and maintain the storage. So when you deploy a database with the 250 GB, means you are not going to provision 250 GB. Microsoft will provision, because we are going to purchase the service, right? So let's take a small example. When you book the cab, when you book the Ola or Uber, you are not going to pay for the maintenance. You are not going to pay for the servicing of that car, right? You are going to pay for only the single ride. That's it. With the same way, you are not managing the backend infrastructure. You are not maintaining the storage. Microsoft will maintain that storage. Microsoft will keep your database on a proper storage where you will get the proper DTUs which you have configured.
but cost wise, if you see, then that will be the less, right?
Yes, but costing wise is a high, because you are going to purchase the licenses as well from the Microsoft. Okay, so if you use your own licenses with the patch services, then might be, okay, you're paying here some less cost compared to infrastructure as a service. So 250 GB databases, 250 GB database size with the single database with the 200 DTUs, you are going to pay 21,614 rupees per month. Okay, so this is the second scenario with which is comes under standard. Under the premium, again Microsoft is giving the more DTUs, more performance. So under the standard, maximum 3000 DTUs, right? Under the premium, you will get the 4000 DTUs with the maximum 500 GB database size. Okay, and again Microsoft is offering some extra features. Okay, scale out means your database is going to scale in, scale out automatically. Okay, no need to increase the database size manually. Again, you can configure your databases with the zone redundant as well. If anything goes wrong with the physical data center, Microsoft will recover your database from the another data center, because the database you configure with the zone redundant. Microsoft will maintain the copies, multiple copies in the backend. Now Microsoft is offering the core base option as well. You can define the core number of cores to run your database. Let's see, I need here 64 GB data, 64 GB database, and I wanted to configure that database with the 6 core. You can configure it. Okay, but again, see, this is the very costly 49,600 rupees per month you need to pay. Okay, so 64 GB is the database size, and you are going to allocate 4 cores. You are going to allocate 4 cores. Any question till? So if you have very critical infrastructure, okay, you can use those options. Then hyperscale, again, you will get here maximum 80 cores, okay, with the replicas. So 1 replica, 2 replica, 3 replicas, 4 replicas. You can configure the replicas as well. And business critical applications, 80 cores, okay, and you can have again, see, maximum 1 TB database here with maximum IOPS. Okay, so when you increase the IOPS, when you increase the cores, you can increase the database size as well. Let's see, you are going to use here 80 cores. Okay, maximum size will be the 4 TB, and this is the cost per month you need to pay. Okay, so for a testing purpose, lab purpose, I'm going to select here standard. I'm going to deploy here a very small database with 1 GB with the default DTUs. Okay, so I need to pay here 1000 rupees per month. Okay, with the 10 DTU and 1 GB networking. So I'm not going to configure any rule here. I will show you how to configure the networking rules to access the database. Okay, see, again, same option. You can use the SQL Defender, which is not required. Backup also you can configure here. Maintenance window, you can configure the maintenance window as well. Review and create. Okay, so let's go into the virtual machine which we have deployed into the first scenario. See, this is the public IP. Okay, so this is a normal scenario. You have Windows machine, top of a Windows machine, you have the SQL server. Okay, and I'm going to use the SQL Management Studio to create a databases or to manage the databases. So that particular image we have selected during the virtual machine deployment from the marketplace. So go to the control panel. Go to programs and features and see, you can see the SQL. SQL is already installed here. SQL is already installed with the all features, with the licenses, everything is ready here. Just you need to open the SQL Management Studio. See, Microsoft is giving both versions of SQL Management Studio. Is the latest version 18 and SQL Management Studio version 14 as well. So we can use the latest version. So this is the client only, SQL Management Studio. Okay, so this is a SQL Management Studio, and now we are going to use a Windows authentication only, because during the server deployment we have configured the same ID and same password. So let's say connect, and without any ID password we are able to connect the SQL Management Studio. So we do not have any databases here. Let's create a databases. So I'm going to create a database. Okay, so before that, Microsoft has deployed that particular server with the one more data disk, which we have selected 64 GB disk, right? On that particular disk, Microsoft has configured two directories, data directory and log directory. Under data directory, Microsoft will create a databases. Under log directory, Microsoft will create a log files of that particular database. So let's create a new database, and we are going to use the same path f/data f/logs. So let's see, infrastructure as a service hyphen app1. Say OK. And we can see here one database file. We can see here one log file as well. So with the same way, we'll create a multiple databases. New database is app2. App3. Okay, now we have app1, app2, app3, but there is no data inside the database. This is the blank databases. Okay, now let's compare with the PaaS infrastructure. So this is my PaaS infrastructure. This is my database which we have created, PaaS-app1, and let's go into the SQL Server first. Under the SQL Server, we can see all the databases which we have created under the PaaS. See, this is my SQL Server, and under that SQL Server, we have one database, okay, which is online, which is showing online here. Now, so how we can access that particular SQL Server from the outside? Because my SQL team is not going to log in into the Azure portal every time. What SQL team wanted to do? SQL team wanted to manage a PaaS databases, PaaS SQL Server, PaaS databases from the SQL Management Studio, okay, from their laptop, from their desktop. So what we can do? We can use the same SQL Management Studio, because this is the client, right? SQL Management Studio. Run as administrator. Okay, now we are going to select here SQL Server Authentication, because when we deployed a SQL PaaS service, that particular PaaS service comes under SQL Authentication. So what is the SQL Server name? This is the SQL Server name. SQL Server name. And what is the ID? Admin 100, and this is a password, and let's say connect. Okay, see, now Microsoft is asking to allow the traffic. As we discussed, we are not configured any firewall at PaaS level. So Microsoft is asking either allow your firewall into the SQL side or you can sign in. So I'm not going to sign in here. I'm going to allow my public IP at SQL Server end. What is my public IP? Go to, or this is the public IP. Okay, so this is my public IP. So that public IP I'm going to allow under the firewall. So this is a SQL PaaS. Go to the firewalls, and under firewall I'm going to allow that IP. Client 1, any name you can put here, start IP and end IP. Go to save. Okay, now it is configured. Let's go into the server and let's try to connect now. See, now after configuring the firewall, Microsoft is not asking any authentication here. And now we can see the database which we have created by using a portal. So SQL team will not log in every time on a on a Microsoft portal. SQL team will use the SQL Management Studio from their laptop and desktop, and they will access the databases. Okay, any question till, any doubt till? Any question? Any doubt till? Irfan, any question till?
No, Yogesh.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll take a break, 15-minute break, and then we will understand the migration. So what we are going to do now, we have two SQL servers, right? We have two infrastructures. See, we have infrastructure as a service. We have three databases which is created on premises, and we will create two more databases, and we will try to migrate a data from IaaS to PaaS by using a Azure migrate service. Okay. So any question, any doubt till? Okay, so let's take a break, 15 minutes, and then we will do the migration. Okay, can we start?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go into the lab. Okay, now we have two SQL infrastructures. So this is my infrastructure as a service scenario where we have deployed a SQL server on Windows platform, and there is a PaaS SQL also we have. So currently all the databases we have created as a blank. There is no data into the databases. Okay, so what we will do, I will demonstrate first how we can create a database, okay, by using a SQL Management Studio to your PaaS service. Okay, so even though no need to log in your no need to log in on Microsoft portal every time, via SQL Management Studio, you can create a databases on on your Azure portal as well. So how to do it? Right click, new database. See, currently we have only one database, right? Which is created under that particular server. See, only one database we have, which is PaaS-app1, right? Now we are going to create a one more database. Okay. So right click, now configure here, name of the database. Okay, let's go into the options and configuration, and we need to sign in here. Okay, so before signing, let me disable the security options. Internet security, let's say off. Let's close it. Let's cancel. New database. App2. Okay. Okay, so we are not selected, we are not configured. Okay, so it will take a default size. Let's cancel here. Let's try to cancel. Okay, let's say okay. Now we need to do the configuration. Okay, let's sign in. So this is a one-time activity. technopune@outlook.com. And now we can change those options. Okay, so all the options are available. So I need a database from the standard one. Okay, and I need a database size is, let's say, 5 GB, and let's say okay. And now we can see here one more database. See, let's refresh here. app 1, app 2. Okay, so it is saying already that name is in used, so we'll create as a data app 3. Okay, so app 2 also getting created, so that I don't want. Let's delete it. Okay, now we have two databases, app 1 and app 3, and those databases we can see from the portal as well. Okay, so the complete database management you can do via SQL Management Studio. Okay, now we'll understand like how we can put the data into the database. So there is no data, okay, currently there is no data under the table. Now I have one script, and by using the script we will put some data, dummy data. Because without data you cannot do the migration from the on-prem to cloud prem. We should have some data into the database. Okay, your database should not a blank. Okay, so extract all, extract, and this is a script. And the script I'm going to run on first database. Execute app 3. Okay, execute. See, on app 3 I have executed the script, and we can see some data here. Okay, so that data is not available under app 2 and app 1. Okay, so the same data, same script I'm going to run on both databases. App 1, execute, select app 2, app 2, execute. Okay, and let's refresh here. Refresh table. See, this is the data, and this is the data. Okay, now what is the requirement here? The requirement here is I wanted to migrate that particular database, okay, from infrastructure as a service to platform as a service. Okay, so currently there is no data. Currently there is no data under those databases, right? So we will understand the migration tool, and that migration tool is nothing but Azure Migrate Service. So the same tool we have discussed last week as well, right? During the server migration. Now we are going to discuss that particular tool for the database migration. Okay, so let's go into the search and Azure Migrate. Okay, so I wanted to do the SQL migration. See, SQL migration. So we can do the server migration, database migration, VDI migration, web app migration, and your flat data migration. Okay, so database migration, create a project. I'm going to create a project under the same resource group, which is a PAS and SQL hyphen migration. Okay, and geography will be the United States only. So this is a Azure Migrate service, and now Microsoft will ask to select the tools for assessment and for the migration. So under the assessment, Microsoft will provide all the details whether that database is or that database we can migrate or not from on-prem to cloud-prem. The complete health status we will get of that particular database. See, this is the assessment tool and this is the migration tool. With the both, for the both tasks, we are going to use a same tool, Azure Migrate Database Assessment, Azure Migrate Database Migration. So we are going to use a DMA. So DMA is a tool. Download the Data Migration Assessment tool. Okay. So let's copy that link and we need to deploy that tool on any server. Enter. Okay, so this is a DMA, Microsoft DMA, Data Migration Assistant Tool, version 5 and 2. So let's download, save, open the folder and install that. It's a very small utility. Just we need to provide a source and destination details, that's it. So that particular tool we are going to install on the server. So in your infrastructure, in your production infrastructure, you can deploy that particular tool on any server, but prerequisite is that particular server should communicate with your on-prem SQL server. Okay, finish. Now this is the tool, Data Migration Assistant. So let's do the assessment first. Add. Now both tasks we can perform. We can do the assessment, we can do the migration. So but first we'll try to do the assessment. So SQL assessment, then assessment type will be the database engine. Source will be the SQL server, which is on your Windows platform. So you can do the migration from AWS as well. So let's take a scenario. Your databases are running into the AWS. Okay. You wanted to migrate those databases on Microsoft Cloud. You can migrate those databases as well. So this is a SQL server, and my target will be the Azure SQL database. Okay. So SQL server is nothing but your infrastructure as a service scenario, and Azure SQL databases is nothing but your PaaS scenario. So this is my source, this is my destination. Let's create. So it will check the complete compatibility of your databases. Okay, go to next and provide a required details. Now it is asking the source detail. Now my server name is SQL. Windows authentication, it will connect. See, under the server we have three databases, right? IIS app1, app2, app3. Add and start the assessment. Okay, see, Microsoft is showing your databases are running on SQL 2K 2K14. assessment status. Okay. It starts say open. Okay, so let me have that option. Okay, so let me save the assessment here on desktop, which is SQL. So this is the assessment report. Okay, we have saved on that particular server. Okay, let me try one more time. SQL 1, because it should save automatically on the portal. Okay, database engine, SQL server, Azure SQL databases, create. Next, Windows authentication. So 3 databases. Start the assessment. Okay, see, this is the option, upload to Azure migrate. So the complete details, complete assessment report, Microsoft will upload into our Azure migrate service. So upload into the Azure infrastructure. Let's connect. And now we need to provide the details here. Cloud Techno Pune Outlook. So now we can see all the details here now with the database. Okay, database 1, database 2, database 3. Because Microsoft is going to upload the assessment on portal. Subscription, we have 2 subscription. This is the subscription, and this is the Azure migrate project we have created. SQL migration, upload. Okay, is uploaded. And now we can see the details here as well. See, now this is the details. Okay, this is the single server having 3 databases. Okay, so this is the assessment we have completed, and after assessment we need to do the actual migration. See, database migration service help you to migrate your on-premises database to the Azure, right? So we need to use a same tool. Okay, same tool we can use it. Let's go here, add, and now we are going to do the migration. So project name will be the SQL migration. My source will be the SQL server. Target will be the Azure SQL databases. And I wanted to migrate a complete schema and data. Okay, and let's create it. Server name will be the SQL. So this is a Windows machine name I'm talking. See, I can demonstrate. This is the server name will be the SQL where my database is running. My source is running. Windows authentication. Let's connect. So we have 3 databases, app 1, app 2, app 3. Go to the next. And now Microsoft is asking what is the target here. So target is my PaaS database. So this is my PaaS database, right? This is PaaS SQL server. Let's copy and paste it here. So now here we need to use a SQL server authentication, because PaaS SQL server works with only the SQL authentication. So we have configured some ID and password, right? So this is the ID. And this is the password. Password with the trusted certificate, and let's connect. Okay, now at the source side we have 3 databases. At the destination side we have only 2 databases. Okay, so I'm going to select here PaaS-app1, means my requirement here is let's go into the server. What is the requirement? I wanted to migrate a complete data from IAS-app1 to PAAS-app1. Okay, so let's go into the server. Go to next. So Microsoft is generating the script as well. So if you want, you can use the script as well. Okay, generate a SQL script. See, currently no data under the database. Okay, see, under the table there is no data. And now Microsoft has generated one one PowerShell script. So you can copy that script, you can save that script, and next time no need to use that particular tool. You can use that PowerShell script. You need to do the required changes, and you can do the migration by using the PowerShell script as well. So deploy the schema. Okay, and do the migration, migrate data. Start the data migration. Now, in current scenario, we have very small database. That's why it will not take more time, but into the production infrastructure, it will take a time as per the database size. Okay, now we can see we have migrated a data from one database to another database, right? So successful with the 9. Let's go into the pass, right click and refresh. Under the tables, see, we can see the data, right? So we have migrated the data, right? So same thing we need to do with the other database as well. There is no data under the tables. Let's rerun the same tool. Migration. Azure SQL database, schema and data, both I wanted to migrate.